is not maybe possible or viable today. Almost 7 minutes past now. And these days, due to the unfavorable weather conditions in the afternoon period, it is very difficult to continue due to the poor connectivity, maybe in both sides. So I think we will start now. So we are starting our sessions on the module crop protection. It is an important module. All modules are important, not only this one, but the practical aspects, application of this crop protection knowledge, the information on crop protection will be very important in your career, in your workplaces, or even in your research work. Not all of us are doing research or project on crop protection, but during our investigations on other problems, we are having the exposure on the pest problems, disease problems, weed problems. They are very common in plantation sector and in the agriculture sector in general. So there are many other importances of crop protection, but I am not going to elaborate on that because you all know. Just one thing we can mention in agriculture sector, when you are meeting with farmers, growers, and discussing their problems, out of 10 problems they are mentioning, at least around 6 will be related with the crop protection. Then regarding the, I know that when we start the sessions in almost all courses, students are interested about the session recordings. Maybe when I am or other lecturers are not recording, they are interested in that. So whenever it is necessary, I will do that. And if there is a necessity of a recording, there are recordings of almost all subjects we are having in our drives, in our servers. But the contact sessions we are having organized in the degree program, they are organized for supporting you for understanding the materials given in the module or for clarifications on the maybe complicated, difficult things you are meeting when you are referring to the modules. So due to the importance of this subject area, the subject has been allocated 3 credits. Therefore, we are having the sessions organized in 2 days. So we have first session today, and our next session is scheduled to be held on next Saturday as well. So I'll try to include some information on the practical application of crop protection in the contact sessions as well. And our home assignments will be designed to give you practical exposure on the crop protection and identification of the problems from which we need to protect our crop. Then regarding the conduct of the sessions, as these are online sessions, so the monotonous flow of the information, that means if I am the person who is always speaking and delivering the ideas, maybe for initial time period, it will be okay in a session, but when it is continued, after the second hour like that, then it will be actually monotonous and the efficiency of communication, efficiency of learning is gradually reduced. So in order to keep all of us interested in what we are discussing, I invite all of you to participate in our discussion. So make this session as an interactive session, because this is a module that is having a lot of practical aspects, and this is not a totally new thing. You all have exposure to the problems of pest, diseases, and weeds. So because of that, you all can join and be confident about your knowledge. No need to be suspicious about anything wrong, anything. There will be nothing wrong in mentioning something that is not 100% accurate, but the opportunity you are having to discuss will be encouraging others, encouraging yourself, improve your confidence in your own talent, understanding, and it will encourage me also, because then I know that you are with me and you are responding me. So that means what I am telling is received by the audience or by you. So you are supporting me to make me also interested in the delivering information. Then regarding the, I know that you all are interested about the evaluation or the examination procedure, as the subject is having a practical component. So with the support of our practical exposure given through the home assignments and the other tasks, there will be a practical part of the examination as well. So be prepared to that. And most probably for this subject, you will be having some additional time for the preparation. I think like that. We had a discussion with our post director, Professor Abhay Singh. There, because the scheduling was done last year, the dates for the contact sessions and the examinations. According to the schedule we are having, the contact session, they are arranged for this weekend and the next weekend, and subsequently the examination is supposed to be held on 31st May. And during the planning time of the program, the Vesak Poya Day was considered as the first Poya Day we had at the beginning of this month. But later on, it has been changed. Now Vesak Poya Day is on 30th and 31st is the day after Vesak Poya Day. So there are many practical difficulties you will face if you are coming for the examinations on 31st May. In any course, any subject, so it is relevant to the subject as well. So probably it is going to be changed. I am still just telling, there is no confirmation about that. We'll see what happens. But anyway, we will finish the contact sessions according to the schedule. So even if it is conducted on 31st, we can have it according to that, because we are going to have the contact sessions as scheduled. Right. Okay. I think we will begin now. Any other thing related with the organizational or evaluation aspects, we will discuss again. So once again, I request you to unmute your microphone at any time when you want to tell anything. And when I am requesting you to respond, do not hesitate to unmute your microphone. It is possible always, you know that. And be active and help us to have this more efficiently. And the other thing is, as today is fallen to a period of bad weather condition in almost everywhere in our country. So I'll try to make it maybe more simple, and maybe we will have a few breaks in between, say around 1.5 or 2 hours periods, and continue till late hour to go for a late lunch. But before that, we will have the required breaks because it is recommended to have breaks in between the sessions, especially when it is conducted online. And so you know that as well. Right. About crop protection. First of all, if you have seen the modules given on LMS, as the edited version is not ready yet, I mean the final edition, the whole draft material is there. As we have the time, we can refer, so please do that. Maybe you already know the idea about what is on LMS, or else you can check it this weekend. And it is relatively larger, or a module with a higher volume of information, 3 credit course. There are again relatively higher number of chapters, but if you go through the chapters, then you can see that the chapters are not I mean, chapter number is higher. Chapters are in higher numbers, but in each and every chapter, there are some chapters are very small. They are divided for easiness of understanding, right? So if we gradually move into our module, what we understand as crop protection. We have our plants, crop plants, and we would like to protect our crop using our knowledge, skills. So from what type of things we need to protect our crop? Let us start. Let us break the ice between two parties. So why are we thinking about a sector of agriculture or in plantation management? Some activities, information, knowledge under the topic crop protection. What do you mean by crop protection? So, how are your ideas about that? Let us start with that. We know health protection, we protect ourselves, we protect a country, we protect our children, our kids. And when we are becoming adults, we protect or we are helping our parents. We are protecting our parents as well. Right, okay. So, what are your ideas about crop protection? Can somebody tell your idea? So an objective of crop protection is given by one of you as get a quality final product. So it is a good start. And why the quality should be achieved by something called protection. So protection of what? Protection from what to achieve quality? Why the quality is going to be deteriorated if you do not protect? So what are the things that reduce the quality? So please elaborate your idea. So it is keeping someone, something, and here I think our plants safe, as you said. So safe from what? From what type of things? Yes, of course, we say it is as protection of crops from pest, disease, and weed, as the title says, that is true. But why we have to protect from them? If not, what will happen? What can be done by pest, diseases, or weeds to our crop? with the protection, quality can be increased, yield can be increased, yield quality can be increased, and you are mentioning that so these weeds, pathogens, so diseases, and the pest can cause damages. So maybe we can just agree with that, with the previously mentioned of aspects of quality and quantity of the yield. So we can say yes, crop protection is our knowledge on the science and practice of managing damages to the plants, damages of the plants in. So are we going to protect or prevent damages to all kinds of plants in the world? We are mainly focusing on the plants in our crop production systems, and maybe some of you are having the forest production system as your production system or plant production system. So by keeping our crop in a condition with good health, without damages, without anything happening to deteriorate quality and reduce the quantity of the yield. So what type of damages we can observe, or from what type of damages we have to protect our crop? So from what type of things, what type of processes, damages we have to protect our crop? If somebody is asking what type of damages we have observed on our crop, so we have crops in our home gardens, in our crop production systems, in our plantations, forest, maybe. To describe damages to somebody so that a picture is developed in his mind about the damages. So you say insect damages, damages by other organisms, diseases. So what can we verbally describe a damage by? Okay, animals are damaging, chemicals are damaging, weeds are causing damage. Right, okay, to support you or to us about the damages on our crops, we are observing now something unusual on our plants. So I think on the screen it is appearing that leaves of these plants are having some unusual appearance. I think you can imagine that the normal condition of this leaf. So this is a tea leaf and the normal tea leaf you have observed, but I am not having a picture of a normal tea leaf, assuming that you all have observed normal tea leaves. And there is something unusual here on this tea leaf. A young cabbage plant, most probably, and the leaves are having unusual holes or the places lacking the leaf blade. Something happened. A change of color is there. And here the change of color and the form of the leaves are there. Right? So can we consider these as damages? So there is a visible change. There is a visible damage. So in addition to what we are observing here, so what I observe here is that the color, green color has been changed into some other color, brown color. Here it is kind of whitish or fading of the green color. And here the total, the leaf blade is totally missing in some places. So do not worry about the records I mentioned at the beginning also. So it makes sometimes disturbance for conducting sessions, especially in a day like today. So I'm not worrying about the records because these records have already done. So if necessary, they can be make available on LMS. Right. Okay. So maybe you were not there when I was telling about that. So happy about your interest on the material. Right. Okay. Now we are observing the damages. Another set of damages happened to the leaves. Right. So I am just going through them quickly. I'm not trying to find out exact cause at this moment. But we know that these types of things are happening on our leaves, on our plants, and try to uh, identify the possible cause for this. Now, in the previous one, how do you think? What are the factors causing these damages? So, in a situation like this, I am unable to wait till you are typing in your text box. So better if you can quickly tell about your idea verbally through your microphone. So what is the cause of this? About this one? You think insect damage? Yes. Okay. Right. I also think that it can be an insect damage. And this one? This one is weather damage like a sun. Yeah, can be. So maybe either high temperature, low temperature, or severe higher intensity of light, maybe something like that. And this one can be, yes, possibly, maybe also there are many possible causes for these type of thing. Maybe a sudden fall of temperature, or it can be the fall of some toxic chemical, or else due to the lower supply of water, the leaves are getting droopy and they are maybe already dead, and some kind of an organism is growing on the leaves like that. This one, if you are from a tea plantation, maybe you know this. Okay, we'll come into that again, maybe in a different session or today itself. So it can be sun scorching or attacked by some organisms. The leaves here may be attacked by a fungus again, or it can be during these types of rainy days, especially when there's rains are with some, if it is an acidic rain, or when we do irrigation, or no, if we have a rain after a long period of drought, the atmosphere is with a lot of particles, and the leaf bed is with a lot of particles. Concentrated water with those particles are accumulated here, and the leaves are damaged like that. It can be an attack by an organism like fungus, fungi or bacteria. Low temperature damage can be possible like this. What about this one? So, yes, some of you are suggesting this as a damage by an insect, and leaf mining by an insect. Yes. And this one?
Animal damage.
It can be animal. If I say even insects are animal, can it be a damage by an insect? But I think I know that you are considering the animals not like an insect, maybe larger animals like wild boar, or it can be, yes. So I know that you were considering like that.
Yes.
Right. Okay. We can consider many types of damages. So to save the time, I'm maybe just showing, and I know that now I'm happy that you are getting gradually more active and corresponding. So damages not only by animals or living organisms, these types of damages by strong winds in certain areas, and it can happen, it is happening. Again, the scorching or some fallen toxic material can cause this type of damage. Lack of water as well as excessive level of water can make this type of damages. Bright sunlight or lack of sunlight, then maybe either virus or phytoplasma, or maybe okay, so I am suggesting this as an organism like virus can cause this. This one, again, it can be as, so if I am thinking that this is a damage by a virus. Can you suggest or argue with me by telling no, it can be some other reason? And what can be causing this damage? Yes, of course, it can be a deficiency of an important essential element. And if the young leaves, not mature leaves, are getting discoloration, it can be caused by immobile element in the plant. So you are, of course, having the information about that. So we can be confident about our knowledge on nutrients and these things. So these days we have melon, different types of melon, and sometimes we observe this type of situation uh, on fruits and vegetables in the market, at home. So yes, due to the deficiency of calcium, this may happen. And also it can be due to the water stress in this. And these type of bruises, compressions due to poor handling by us or during the transport. And sometimes the damages underground are not visible, but we can see something happening on the ground like this. It can be due to lack of water, the wilting, droopiness of leaves, drying or dehydration symptoms are appearing. Then when you remove the plant from the soil, and there can be some unusual abnormal growth of the roots, and sometimes the roots and the collar region of the plants are having some damages like this. We name them as now collar rot or a damping off caused by collar rot. So we mention by uh, naming some organisms, by looking at the symptoms, we name like that. Now, sometimes we observe the situation in a paddy field like this. So the rice plants are even not visible here. But rice leaves are here. And the wheat plants are grown. Now there are two photographs. So higher density of wheat plants are available. Now here I can't see any damage to the crop. So crop is here, so, right? So do not consider. So I am ignoring this. There are some damages by some organism here on this leaf, but it is a damage on the leaf by a kind of insect maybe. But from these weeds, we can say that there is no damage but caused by the weeds. Am I correct by saying that? So wheat plants on this paddy field has not caused any damage to our crop, rice. Are you agree with me? How the yield can be reduced by these weeds? Please tell quickly using microphone. What happened? Rice plants are growing here. There are some wheat plants. Nothing wrong with the rice leaves, except only this one. So I can assume that nothing will happen to the rice yield here. So you suggest that these wheat plants can be hosting or keeping some other pest and diseases. Is that the major problem caused by the weeds? Actually, weeds are consuming nutrient and water, but more accurately, we can say weeds are consuming, by consuming nutrient and water, they are competing, giving a competition to our crops. Right. So it means there can be possible damages to our crop plants by various factors. Shall we quickly list those factors? Or else you can write them in a definition for crop protection like this. So crop protection is the science and practice of managing damages to plants and what? We need to manage the competition by other plants. So when we say like this, crop protection is the science and practice of managing damages to plants and competition. So I'm keeping a gap so that you can use your own words to fill this gap. And crop protection is not only managing damages, it is the management of competition by weed plants. And not only in crop production systems, there can be the damages or problems of pest in forest production systems. So we name them as silviculture systems, right? So for you, I am just giving an outline so you can have your own note, because I have not prepared a lengthy list, but only an outline of the information. So there are damages to crop plants caused by two categories of factors. Can you remember? We were mentioning about the damages caused by fungi, bacteria, or animals, whatever the organisms, living organisms. That means the plants are damaged by biotic factors, living factors. Then you mentioned that there are damages on the plants caused by some factors like higher level of sunlight, lack of water, then change of humidity, maybe lack of the suitable level of oxygen or carbon dioxide, lack of nutrients, deficiencies, or excessive levels. So likewise, there are living factors and non-living factors, biotic factors, abiotic factors. So I hope you can have the list under this outline. So prepare that on your own note. So now the previously mentioned definition can be further elaborated by saying that crop protection is the science and practice of managing the factors of the ecosystem. Here we have agro ecosystem, or the environment where our plants are grown. So we are managing factors that damage our plants. And why we do that? Why we do crop protection? What is the, or what are the objectives? Minimize the damage, maybe to avoid the damages 100%, but you are correct. The common objective of crop protection is minimizing the damages to increase the yield, to improve the quality of the yield, and have the sustainable crop production as an ultimate goal. I can remember some of you have mentioned a few minutes ago when we were talking about the damages appearing on the screen. You mentioned the term plant pest or the damages by pest. So because of that, I am trying to demonstrate some photographs of the pests I am guessing as the pest on our cropping systems. So, or else I have included here the organisms that have done some kind of change on our crops. Are these pests? If these are the pests, by using the appearance or by using the message given by these photographs, how can you define a pest, plant pest? Now, there is a disease here. There are insects that are appearing here. Some wheat plants are grown here. To cover all this, what type of definition you can mention? Now, just imaginally, now to define this organism, what they do, or why they are considered as pest. Now, imaginally, can you be an organism like this? I know that you don't want to be a beetle or an insect in your life, but suppose that we become an insect. So, to write an essay on an insect, maybe our teachers will say, okay, now imaginally think that you are an insect or you are a bird, write about yourself. I think in our childhood we were given that type of task. So imaginally, if I consider I am in the place of this organism, what can I say? What am I doing here? So I am living on this plant, and a person coming into this field, he is going to name me as a pest. Why is that? The farmer of this farm where these plants are grown, he will mention these as pest. Why? Because these organisms, they are competing with us for the food. Earlier we mentioned that these weeds are competing with the crop. That is true. How these are competing with us? For what they are competing? They are competing with us for the consumption of the plants. So they also consume these plants, except these weeds. They don't consume, but they are competing directly with the plant. And because of that, they interfere with the raising or growing of the crops and especially the raising of livestock. So under crop protection, we need to protect from these factors, isn't it? And also, what about the protection from biotic factors? But in the name of the subject, it is mentioned as crop protection, pest, disease, and weed management. What about the management of other factors? Factors that are causing the damages by other ways. Now, what about the management of the damages by abiotic factors? Are we ignoring that? Are the damages by abiotic factors are negligible? Can we just consider only the protection from biotic factors or pest? Has somebody to protect from abiotic factors, or there are damages by abiotic factors are negligible. No point of spending money and resources to manage the abiotic factors or damages by abiotic factors. How do you think? Please, quickly. If you are quick, we will be relatively quickly winding up our session. Yes, temperature we have to manage, but why under crop protection subject? We are not going to talk about managing temperature, humidity, I mean protection from temperatures, protection from humidity, water. So officially, we are not having the mandate to talk about managing or protecting the crop from abiotic factors. But is it essential? So I'm repeatedly requesting you to verbally also give the information.
Yes, sir. It is
Yes,
noted.
okay. And right. So how can I mean, if I am the person of person as talking about protection and involved in teaching crop protection module. So I am telling that in this module, we are not talking about the management of the damages by abiotic factors. Am I reasonable? Or you can say, or you have to argue, or you are going to argue that not only from biotic factors, we have to protect from abiotic factors as well. And why are we not talking about the management from abiotic factors? Is it reasonable?
There is a sunlight, water, soil,
So we have to protect.
control.
We have to
Yes,
protect from
control
them. Yeah.
them.
So we have to manage them. But we are
Yes,
not going to talk about those in crop protection module. You can see there are no chapters of managing damages by temperature or humidity, water. So that means I am doing something wrong, or I am not reasonable in that case.
now reasonable. Living things like the plant, animal, biostatic sector, joined to idea.
So we are going to talk about them. Yes, managing the unwanted plants, that means weeds, managing the animals like insects, managing the microorganisms like pathogens, but not the management of the damages by temperature, severe sunlight, a heavy level of water or lack of water.
Because the plant photosynthesis and plant nutrition, so we need abiotic sector, right?
Yeah. So we have to think about the
Mhm.
management of those factors or protect from the problems caused by nutrients as well. So still, we are not going to talk about those in this module. So what can I say as a justification or reason for not talking about them in this module? So in my position, my uh, stand is that we as crop producers, farmers, crop managers, we are trying to give optimum levels of crop growth factors to our crop. Our duty is that. Then we mention the damages by abiotic factors. That is true. But the same abiotic factors that are damaging our crops, we were mentioning about them in crop physiology, in crop production subjects. We mention them as crop growth factors. Temperature is a crop growth factor. Water is a crop growth factor. Nutrient is a crop growth factor. Carbon dioxide is a crop growth factor. So we expect that a good farmer, a good farm manager, a good planter is trying to maintain the crop growth factors, abiotic factors, at the optimum level. So if they are at optimum level under normal circumstances, then we have no worries about the damages by abiotic factors. So the assumption in developing course content of the crop protection is that we have learned about the management of abiotic factors at the optimum levels as crop growth factors discussed in earlier modules and also will be discussed in some few crop production modules you are going to have in near future. So because of that, we are only planning to discuss about the management of these biotic factors in this module. So the pest means organisms that compete with us for food or fiber or other material or interfere with raising crops like these weeds or interfering with the livestock production. So that means now we are focusing only on biotic factors who are considered as pest. So the simple things I would like to quickly mention. What type of biotic factors or what type of plant pest groups we are considering. Now, I forgot to say another thing at the very beginning. So in this module, in our discussion and in writing the module, we had an assumption, not only assumption, it is the reality, that we have studied about the life of organisms in our previous studies, in previous courses, in your school time, and that assumption is with the internal students as well. Now we have a subject in our internal degree program. The name is a bit different. There the name is pest management, but there also we do not discuss about the abiotic factors. And when we discuss about the pest management in that subject, that means in our undergraduate course, there also we are assuming that we have a sound knowledge on biology of all animals, including insects, mammalians, reptiles, or other groups of animals, right? So when we learn about the animal kingdom, we have divided them into main categories. So those categories are here. One category is invertebrates. What is that? We know about them. Then there is a category called vertebrates. Then there are smaller organisms. microorganisms. Out of the microorganisms, some of them are becoming pathogens that are causing plant diseases. Some plants, they are becoming weeds or unwanted plants in our cropping system. So these four groups. Now, we can have this categorization into more smaller groups than these larger, broader categories. But we divide them into these groups in order to have kind of easiness of our discussions on the management aspects, because the management of invertebrates is different from the management of vertebrates. Management of both these groups are different from the management of the microorganisms, microbial plant pathogens. And the weed management is maybe completely different. Why? Weeds are almost same as the plants. So their biology is almost the same as our crop plants. So it will be bit difficult for us to manage the weeds compared to the management of others. Why? An action taken to control the weeds can be having negative influence on the crop plant because they are similar, they are relative. So we'll talk about weeds later. If we consider invertebrates, it includes organisms like insects. They are relatives like means other relatives of insect class. Then there are nematodes, snails, slugs. The common thing among these invertebrate pests, they have no vertebra or backbone. So out of these invertebrate pests, what is the major group? Invertebrates without vertebra. What is the major group out of these invertebrates? Most commonly damaging, most frequently visible, higher numbers are available on our cropping system. So not only one type we can mention. So the major group, so you are mentioning a representative of that group. Major group from invertebrate organisms, insects. When you say an insect, what are the things coming into your mind? So I'm not going to talk about the external features or morphology here. Some more details are given in the module, but some major things we can mention. To differentiate an organism as an insect, or to say the major characteristics to identify an organism as an insect. One of the major thing is they are having three major body divisions: head, thorax, and abdomen. So there are many typical insects commonly habitating at home. Some of them are not agriculture pests, but they are household pests. Without even touching, you can observe these types of divisions of the body. We have at home, in many homes, of course, they are not visible for the first instance, or not always they are coming out from their hiding places, but the cockroach. Then at night, to your lamp, many insects are attracted. So to say an organism as an insect, we have to get it confirmed that they have three body divisions: head, thorax, and abdomen. Another thing is, insects can be considered, an organism can be considered as an insect by observing three pairs of legs or six legs attached to the both sides of the body at the thorax division, and their legs are specific because they are jointed legs compared to the low evolved organisms. So because of that, they are mentioned as class Arthropoda, phylum Arthropoda. Phylum Arthropoda is the phylum that is having jointed legs. Sandhipadika. Sandhipadaka. Sandhipadika in jointed legs. So these are having relatives like in that phylum Arthropoda. There is a class where the insects are included, class Insecta. Then some relatives from the same phylum are ticks, mites, spiders. Some of these ticks and mites are pests of our cropping systems, but spiders are beneficial because they are catching insects. Their cobweb is sometimes bending, making the leaves droopy, but it is a temporary effect. Otherwise, spiders are beneficial organisms in the cropping system. Then another group of biotic factors, invertebrates. Some are considering these nematodes as microorganisms, but anyway, there are nematodes with some relatively larger size, and still they are not visible through our naked eye. So in some books, they are mentioned under the pathogens causing plant diseases. So they are like worms without any segmentation. Snails, slugs, they are also invertebrates. Then Even though we are not focusing on vertebrate pest management, but we can mention about them. Animals with backbones like fish, amphibia, reptiles, birds, mammalians. Out of these, major group is mammalians. Do we have mammalian pest in our country? So please be quick in your responses. It is important, especially today. So out of these, mammalians are more prominent, but there can be problems by some weeds, some birds, and of course, some of them are uh, attractive, uh, symbol of peace, maybe the birds, but when they are consuming huge quantities of our yield, what to do? We have to manage their population on our cropping system at least. So, except few birds, most of the birds are helping us in cropping systems by controlling the population of other pests. Right, we'll talk about them later. But can you give an example of a bird that is consuming rice, grains during the harvesting period sometimes, but helping us to control other organisms? Quickly, can you name names of a few birds who are helping us? Okay, sparrows. Exactly, that is the example I wanted to mention. Sparrows, they are given the name in Sinhala Vikurulla because during the harvesting period, sometimes they are coming into the paddy fields and consuming rice grain. But up to that stage, since the beginning of cultivation, if the sparrows are there, they are eating a lot of insects. So, if we can manage their damage to the grains when the grains are at bearing stage or developing the panicle with grain filling and other quality parameters maintained. So maybe during the grain maturation period, we can keep sparrows in some other place by managing their nest. Actually, in certain countries, they establish sparrow nest, just like having bee boxes around the field. I'll try to show you a picture maybe another day where they have established the nest for the sparrows. අපි ගෙවල් වල ගේ කුරුල්ලුන්ට කූඩු හැදුනවා වගේ පෙට්ටි වලින් මුට්ටි වලින්. Some countries they do managing sparrow population initially to have them in the field and later the nests are shifted to another place and they give artificial uh, supplementary food for sparrows. Right, okay. But as some of you mentioned, in addition to the birds, there are mammalians who are consuming our crops. So the elephants, an example, there are many others, as you mentioned, the rodents, so interfere with us to cause hazard to our crops and livestock. They are, that means those animal pests, they are like weeds. Why? Sometimes there are weed plants that are medicinal plants, but if they are competing with our crop, because they are out of their natural place. So when these organisms like elephants, squirrels, wild boar, rats, and our national animal, even though it is the national animal, it is a pest in agriculture systems. So what to do? You have to take an action to manage the damage by these larger pest types, mammalians. So these are the major groups of mammalian pest. Rats, some other livestock, squirrels, and the last group we have mentioned, they are the plant pathogens, microorganisms. It includes microscopic organisms that are not visible through naked eye. But how we can identify them? Maybe we can't see the pathogens on our screen. Maybe in our environment, in our cropping system. So, of course, on the screen, we can have drawings, illustrations, pictures, but they are not visible through our naked eye. So only possibility of identifying them in our cropping systems is the symptoms they are causing. So as we are going to have a separate section on the plant diseases and plant pathogens and their management. So I'm not going into the details of these organisms here. The main thing only I'm mentioning at present that they are microorganisms, an important, very important group that has to be managed definitely, and they are to be identified through the symptoms caused by them. Right. So at this stage, we will have a break and it will be so not a larger break, just 15 minutes. And after the last break, just only giving one example just to show only. So bacteria we are unable to see, but the symptoms caused by bacteria can be visible. Similarly, there are fungal diseases that we have observed at the very beginning. I mentioned about a tea leaf. that was affected by there is a disturbance here. I'll just 1 minute. Hello, good morning, Pradeep. මට ලෙක්චර් එකක් හන්ද මිස් වුණා මම දැනුත් ටක් ගාලා නවත්තලා ගත්තේ ආයි මිස් වුණොත් කියලා වගේ කෝල් එක මේ මේ ඔයා ඩියුටි හරි කොහමද නේ සිග්නල් නැති තැන්වල ඉන්නවනේ ඒක තමයි අපිට අර නවතින්න තැනක් නම් තාම එහෙම සෙට් උනේ නැහැ මේ අර මේ ගිනියාගල ඒ වුණාට අපි හිතුවා අපි යනවා කියලා ඔයාලට පුළුවන් වෙයිද අපිට මේ බෝට් එකක් සෙට් කරලා තියන්න මේ කතා කරලා හවස යමු නේද? හවස ගියොත් නේද බලන්න පුළුවන්. කියන්නේ අපි දැන් ඇත්තටම වෙසක් පොය දවසේ අපි මෙහෙන් ඉගලින් යන ගමන් ළඟ ඒ අවට තැනක පන්සලකටත් යන්නත් ඕනේ. මේ ගිහිල්ලා එතෙන්ට 3:00ට ගියාම ඇතිනේ නේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපි හිමීට ගිහුණොත් එතන අර මේ ජලජීවී එකේ තියනවලු සර්කිට් එක. හැබැයි ඒක බුක් වෙලාද දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක තියෙන තැන හොඳයිද සාමාන්‍යයෙන්? එතකොට බන් ටික තමා පේන්නේ නිකන් ජලාශය පේන්නේ නැහැ නේ. එන්න පුළුවන් ද රෑ එතන ඉන්න ගමන් එන්න මිනිස්සුනේ. කමන්නේ කොහොමුණත් අපිට තැන බුක් කරගත්තොත් එතන ඉන්න නැත්නම් මොන හරි වෙන තැනකට යන්න හෝ බැරිම වුණොත් ඉතින් එමිහිට වෙසක් දවසේ බල බල ගෙදර ඉන්න බැරි එමිහිට රැයි වෙනකන්. යන්නේ ඔය එක තමයි. එහෙනම් ප්‍රදීප් මම අද ආයි හවස ඔයාට ඉඳ තිබුණොත් අපි ආයි කතා කරමු එන්න ගලින්. මේ එතන මේ 3:00ට අපිට එකක් අරේන්ජ් කරලා තියන්න පුළුවන් එහෙනම්. හරි. එහෙම වුණොත් චුට්ටක් මගේ ඉවරනට 4:00 විතර එනවා. අද බැරි වුණත් අපි ආයි හෙට හරි කතා කරමු. මේ රැ වෙලා හරි. මට මිස් වුණොත් මං ආයි ගන්නම්. ඔයාටත් ඉඳ තියෙන විදියට. හරි. ඕකේ. එහෙනම් බලන්නකෝ ප්ලීස් හරි. පුළුවන් නම් හොඳයි හරි. ඕකේ. Sorry about the deviation. So the microorganisms we are identifying as a farmer, as a grower, as a planter, we have to identify through the symptoms caused by them. Maybe another example I'll mention fungi. This is the lead blight symptom caused by Phytophthora. So as a grower, we are unable to see the organism. But as a researcher, if you are doing a project on pest or disease control, if you are studying them in detail, then we can try to identify them by using some other methods also, right? So now as we have came into some certain level or step of our discussion, now what we have mentioned up to now, what we have discussed up to now is the basic information on the organisms that are considered as pest. What are the factors causing damages to our crop? Why we are considering that those damages are necessary to be controlled. Therefore, we will think about management of those pests hereafter. And we will gradually think about what are the major principles behind the management, right? Then maybe you can see that I am trying to explain the module crop protection, pest diseases and weed management from a different angle, from different point of view. I am explaining the same material given in the module, in the soft copies that are with you. So to have some more clear understanding, I am not repeating what is there. I mean, of course, it is the same thing, but the discussion is not just word to word repetition of the same text given in the module. For better understanding of the management methods, management techniques given in the module, I am using these sessions. So at the meantime, if you have any clarifications needed, please do not hesitate. You have the microphone, unmute it, or else, of course, I can see the majority of you are preferring the text messages, but the problem is while I am focusing on my topic, on the slides, on the screen, or discussing, I think you can understand that I am unable to frequently check the text box as a continuous thing. So the messages given in the text box, of course, I am referring time to time, or at the end of each session, as we have 2 days, we will try to have some explanation as well. Right. Okay, let us have a break. Say, okay, 15 minutes. So our breaks will be around 15 minutes. We will have them and continue after that. So now it is, of course, around 10:40, and we will resume at, shall we resume? I mean, I had the breakfast, but I know that some students, they start uh, with, if this is a day off or you are having it later. So, but how do you think? Shall we have 15 minutes or 10 minutes? Right, okay. I'll then decide. We'll have 15 minutes and we will start after 15 minutes. So have a break, but I recommend you to be connected, uh, to be connected because the possibility of breaking the connectivity due to the poor weather condition. There is a question, do we need to follow module or the presentation? Now, those are not two things. I am using the presentation to explain the module, right? So, some text may be similar. As you can see, I'm not using the text or statements, sentences frequently. I'm trying to explain what is or what are given in the module. So it is a one thing. Module is explained using the presentations. Hope you got the message, right? Thank you for that question. It is yes, an essential clarification needed. So module is having difficult things. That is why I am explaining it using simple terms. Is the or is this what is discussed here difficult to be understand? please answer verbally. Anything difficult now? If you get these clarifications and having these things in your mind while you are reading again, then it will be more clear. So the questions you need for revision, we'll try to have them given in maybe separately. And what I'm asking in the contact session also, so the if you see the module is at the level of, I mean, it is not the final print. So the review questions are not given, but in some places there are the broader topics given as review questions. What I am discussing with you, putting as questions in the contact session today or in other sessions in the coming day, other days. So they will help you to brush up the memory or review the material. Good that you are interested and you have already followed the module. That is why I hope you mentioned that there are complicated or difficult things in the module. So to understand the techniques and methods of pest management, I am trying to give you the background of those principles through these slides or presentation, right? Thank you for clarification. Now, we had spent a few minutes for that clarification. So I think so it is good. We'll anyway start at 10:55. So it is our task to control these pests or protect our crop from these pests. So if not, our crop production system will appear like this. There will be damages like this, and the yield will be reduced. So now our task is to give solutions for the pest problems. How to do that? In order to give a solution to any problem, we need to understand how that problem has occurred, what are the root causes of those problems. If we know the cause of the problem, reason for the problem, then it will be easier for us to give a solution, and the solution will be more correct and efficient in solving the problem. So because of that, I thought of discussing with you about the reasons behind the pest problems in our cropping systems. So to understand the problem, we have to go to the beginning of the problem, beginning of the pest problems. Then when the pest problems started, the beginning, it has to be started with the beginning of the crop production. So don't worry, I'm not going to talk about the history of agriculture or history of crop production, but just to remind, the agriculture, crop production, it was started with the start of farming practices. Initial practices of farming started with the food habits. Now, why we have started agriculture in the history? There was no purpose, no objective of producing raw material for an industry, not to produce medicine, latex, fibers, or any other technical material. We just wanted to have something to eat. Then food habits. Initially, what was our food habit? Like all other animals in the jungle, so they do the same thing now also. Other animals, they are searching for their food. We also did the same. We look at other animals and found examples from other animals. We learn from others what are the suitable plants for consumption, what are the suitable meat products for consumption, and we also started consuming those food. And then I am not going to explain. You can remember. I think most of you have done some courses in agriculture. So our habit of searching for food developed with the evolution and civilization, because we had faced some problems during searching for food. For an example, the other animals were attacking us, they were competing with us, and the collected food quantity was not sufficient sometimes for our consumption. At the same time, we saw that there are plants that are grown with the pollen seeds, parts of the plant. So we understood that we can start a growth of a plant by using those material, and we started growing the food plants near our shelters, residencies. Maybe their residential places were caves or those types of primitive residencies. And then after growing plants near our residence, we were happy with that. Then gradually again, we faced the problem of increase of food quantity we have produced, and we felt that the yield was not sufficient enough. At the same time, there was another problem. Gradually, the yield was decreasing in our place of cultivation. So, how do you think? What were the reason for the reduction of yield season by season, year by year? The yield was gradually reduced in the places where we were growing plants initially near our shelters. What were the reasons for that? Can you please quickly? So as a solution, while you are thinking about the reasons, I am just telling what we found as the solution. We have changed the place of cultivation, shifted. We thought that in another place there will be a better yield, higher yield. So we shifted the cultivation as a solution. So what were the problems? Why the yield was reduced here? And why in another place there was a better yield? Yes, one of the major reason was that at that time we didn't know what is happening. We didn't understand, but the fertility of the soil was reducing because we have not used any inputs. The resources in the place were gradually depleted by our cultivation. Our numbers were increasing, population was increasing, demand for food was increasing, and because of that, we thought to shift the cultivation to other places where we have observed the plants are growing normally. So we thought something wrong with this place, we better cultivate in another place. That is how we started the first ever cropping system in the history of agriculture, the shifting cultivation systems. Right? Then that shifting was also not giving us. So it was like this shifting cultivation. Even today itself, these types of scenarios can be observed in our forest. This is a photograph taken from the top of a mountain that is I received this from our resource person in forestry and environment. Maybe this is available on internet as well. A picture taken from Pidurangala or Sigiriya rock. So anyway, the shifting of cultivation is like this. Then later on, we started growing our crops without shifting due to many reasons. I am not going to talk about all the things. It takes some time. So we gradually developed the cultivation systems like this. Initially, we started growing the staple food crops, and our systems of irrigation developed in order to facilitate supply of water to our major crop. Same with the other countries. They have developed the technology in order to provide inputs, manage the resources in cropping systems. So now we have more developed systems, not only these types of open environment systems, we have protected agriculture also. So the food intake from natural environment, natural ecosystem, change into the food intake from a system maintained by us. So the crop production system maintained by us is a modified new system, and we name it as, I think you can remember the things you have studied in the modules environment and forestry. There you study about the ecosystems as well. So the ecosystem modified by us to do agriculture, it is named as agroecosystem. So before going into the next thing, now can you think about the step of the history where we felt the pest problems first? When we were searching for food in natural ecosystem, when we started growing food plants, when we started shifting cultivation or chain cultivation, or in the developed systems, where we have observed the pest for the first time. We observed pest. So as the time is going on, I am a bit worried about the possible disturbances. So the pest problems we have started once we start growing food plants. We can say that for two reasons. One is, here only we felt that some plants belong to us, and then only we consider that a damage can reduce the yield or reduce the quality. And the other thing, other reason, you can maybe suggest later on once we conclude this part of our session. Right. So the new system of food intake, when we started growing food plants, we have a modified ecosystem, agro ecosystem. So in the new ecosystem, the ecological balance has shifted due to the change of the biodiversity, recycling of materials. In new system, there are inputs and outputs, but in natural ecosystem, no such outputs. So there are different energy flows, food chains and food webs are different, food relationships are also different. So if we just consider those differences, another important thing that is relevant for our topic of the day, crop protection, is that in agroecosystem only, we have felt that there is a problem of crops when we are growing as pest problems. Now, why is that? Or when the system is under our control, when the system is managed by us, there is a problem. In nature, no such problem we have observed. If we just go through these differences very quickly, actually in our previous sessions, in previous years, I had a more lengthy, or I took more longer time to discuss this with you, especially when we had physical sessions. But when you are in online sessions, uh, there are limitations for the discussion and waiting for your response through the text box or getting quick response from microphone is difficult. So I have to take the more relatively inefficient way of continuously talking, moving quickly, because I felt that the active members are in lesser, and when I'm waiting for their response, it takes more time. So anyway, what to do? We'll face the reality. So the natural ecosystems, they are naturally created or naturally available, uh, naturally maintained. They have higher biodiversity. It means higher number of species, including plants, animals, microorganisms. So biodiversity is higher. When the biodiversity is higher, it means higher number of plants, other animals, other organisms. That means the genomes, gene pools of the organisms are diverse. That means a higher number of species diversity is higher. And we know that in nature, everything is diverse. Therefore, there are multiple habitats. Just one example, we know that each and every plant is a habitat for huge number of other organisms, right? So different plants are becoming different habitats. Habitat diversity is higher. So some other characters that now I would like to just interfere and tell you. So these things are not extra things or something irrelevant or not relevant to the crop protection. These are highly relevant, very important. These aspects are considered as ecological concepts in crop protection or pest management. So we are gradually considering the ecological principles behind the pest management, right? Okay, so coming back to the topic. So now the agroecosystem, it is controlled by us, but the natural ecosystem is naturally controlled internally. No external factors or person controllers are there. Dominant plants, animals, microorganisms, every organism categories are selected by natural selection. And the energy source, the major source is sunlight. It drives directly to the system, or some energy sources are there, the chemical energies in the soil, in the substrate. Because of the availability of many natural processes, the nutrients and other elements are recycling. So many fixations like nitrogen fixation, solubilization, soil genesis is going on. One of the important thing here is that multiple plant species are starting multiple food chains. Multiple food chains are interconnected. How they are interconnected? Suppose that each and every plant is consumed by consumers, right? Then those plant consumers are consumed by secondary consumers, predators. Then there can be tertiary consumers like that. And the secondary and tertiary consumers, they are consuming maybe multiple primary consumers. So that is how these food chains are interconnected like this, and they become a food web. When there are strong multiple connections, the system is more sustainable. What is sustainability? You know that. So system is sustainable. And now I am putting a question to you. I hope at least some of you are following, listening, even though there are no responses maybe. So I put a question. Do natural ecosystem is having pest? While you are thinking about that question, I am moving into the agroecosystem. Quickly, you know about this system. Agroecosystem created by us, it is having less biodiversity. So as I have explained about it briefly, maybe in under the natural ecosystem, now we know that with the lower biodiversity, low genetic diversity, low species diversity, and habitat diversity is low, because see these agroecosystems, they are having less number of plant species compared to the natural ecosystems like this ecosystem on these mountains. So agroecosystem, it is controlled by external factors, external management, than the internal, because we as farmers, growers, we are trying to control the production system. We would like to have authority. That is the, of course, it is needed. We have to take care of the system, so we control it. The dominant plant and animal species. Now, here the dominant plant species is rice. Here maybe some kind of vegetable is going to be established. Whatever the plant species is selected by us. And then when we select a dominant plant there, the consumers of that plant, here the paddy field, the rice plant. So the consumers of rice plant, maybe the plant bugs feeding on rice plant, caterpillars feeding on rice plant, they are getting favored by us and they become dominant also, and we select them. Why? We select their host, their food sourcing plant as our crop. So when we take the plant from nature for cultivation as a crop, the consumers of those plants in nature, they are also coming into our cropping system for consumption of that plant in our cropping system. For the maintenance of our cropping system, we utilize outside sources in addition to the sunlight. Maybe we supply water with using energy, fertilizer with using energy, other inputs like application of maybe many other things. And in protected environment, lot of external inputs and energy supply, power supply are given. Then in the agro ecosystem, where the number of plant species are minimum, integration of processes are minimized. The food chains are like this because we have only one or two plant species, and there will be a few organisms consuming this food plant species, crop plant species, and due to the lack of habitats, due to the lack of multiple food chains with multiple primary consumers, the secondary consumers are in lower number. So the complex of food chains forming into the food web is not available. So if there are no such interactions, the sustainability is low in this system. But now, as we have discussed in both systems, what about the availability of pests? Are they available in both systems? Are they available only in one system? Or maybe they are available in both systems, but in higher number in one system? How do you think? How do you think about the pest in these two systems? That is your opinion. So there is an idea that there are pests in both systems, and in natural ecosystem they are controlled by food chains. I think you mean the secondary consumers like this in the food chains. Yes, that is true. Uh, so the these are, I mean, natural enemies. Secondary consumers are one factor controlling the population of pest in natural ecosystem. Then in natural ecosystem, right? Okay. Anyway, maybe that question I'll ask a little bit later. Then any other opinion? There can be other many reasons for controlling the population of the consumers of the plant. You are correct when you are saying that both systems are having the pest, but according to the definition of a pest, what is a pest? An organism that interfere with the production of crops or uh, damaging the crops, consuming crops, reducing the quality and the quantity of the yield. So in nature, there are no crops. That means there is no production, no yield. So we can't say that an organism is reducing the yield, but in ecological terms, the primary consumers are there. They are not becoming in higher number because the population is controlled. On the other hand, in the cropping system, better to use this type of a picture. Here, we provide optimum condition for the crop. When we provide optimum condition for the crop is attractive, grown in higher number, higher plant density, biomass is higher, it is very attractive. So the number of number of primary consumers increased in higher number, and because of that, they start higher level of consumption, and because of that consumption plus lack of control by natural factors, the number of primary consumers is getting increased, and they achieve the status of damaging the crop, reducing the yield, quality and quantity. So in agroecosystem, there are pests. So with the development of pest problems, we start application of pest control methods. In the history, we started pest control by observing nature. We saw that in nature, as one of you mentioned as well, it is controlled. So we saw that pests in nature, they are primary consumers. They are controlled by many factors, not only their natural enemies, but also the other factors like maybe some abiotic factors, maybe some types of naturally fallen or changes of temperature, humidity. Because in cropping system, we provide optimum temperature, humidity for the crop, and crop is the substrate for the consumers. So because of that, they means primary consumers are also getting optimum conditions. So we took examples from the nature and applied them as pest management techniques in the history. We were closely observing nature. Getting closer to nature means not that we are going to natural ecosystem and being closer to the nature. No, we were observing what is happening in nature and started applying the same things in our cropping system. So what we have observed, we saw that according to the behavior of the pest, their populations are controlled. According to the behavior of secondary consumers, primary consumers were controlled. So we applied them. And at the beginning, the solution given by us was abandoning, shifting the cultivation place. And sometimes we have changed the place or we have changed the crop. But now the pest management, it has been developed. Now the major concept in pest management is to prevent unacceptable levels of the damage. That means there can be some level of the damage. Actually, we are thinking it as a damage, but in ecological terms, it is the consumption by primary consumers. So, that consumption by primary consumers can be acceptable by us if that consumption is not preventing us obtaining the yield. So, now, not like in recent past, we are not trying to destroy, eradicate the pest. We are trying to minimize the damage and keep the pest under control to prevent unacceptable damage. So this concept is given in the module, or maybe you heard about it earlier. When the damage is reaching the unacceptable level, we name that damage as economic damage. So we want to keep the pest under the economic injury level, economic threshold level. So how we can do that? To do that, we need to understand many things. What are the most important or necessary things to be known to us? Simply, what are the compulsory things to know in order to manage the population or control the population. Maybe ecologically, we can say it like maybe more clearly. So what are the things to be known? We need to know what type of factors controlling the population of these organisms. What type of organisms? The pest in the natural system. If we know the factors that are controlling their population in nature, why don't we apply them in agroecosystem, if possible? Why I am telling if possible? Not all natural factors are possible to be applied in agroecosystem. So, to understand what are the factors regulating the pest population, we need to understand some aspects, the most important aspects of their biology and their connection with the ecosystem. So that we have to do while studying about crop protection. Right, okay. Then we will think about those aspects of understanding the behavior, biological processes available in natural ecosystem, in agroecosystem, what are the factors, conditions increasing or decreasing the population of the primary consumers. Because when their population is increased, they become pest. If their population is decreased, then the population is just a population of a consumer. Right. Okay. If anything you need to clarify, you can try to unmute microphone and tell me. So we will move into understanding the necessary information about the groups of pests to manage, control their population. As the insects are one of the most prominent group of pest. We will start with that group, giving priority for a group that is having the common availability in almost all agroecosystems. So there are two photographs appearing. Now, one organism is appearing on the surface of the stem or tree trunk. And in another photograph, this one, we can see, of course, this is a cross section of a trunk like this. Inside the trunk, there are holes, and from these holes, when you open the trunk, we can see that another organism is coming out. So it looks like one organism living, habitating, damaging the surface of the trunk. Another one is living inside. But if you closely monitor, if you learn about these two organisms correctly, maybe you will get to know that these two both are same. How it comes? Maybe during their immature stage, they are hatching out from the eggs laid by a female, and the coming out, hatching out one is starting feeding on the trunk, but it is just to make a hole and get into the hard wood part of the tree and go through the life cycle and become a beetle like this. So, what is happening in their life is necessary to be known. Why? Do we need to control this one only because we can see only that one? Or else, do we need to control this one because it is the organism that destroy the plants totally? Or else, if we know that these two are same, maybe we need to start action on this. And if we prevent the presence of this one, automatically this will be controlled. And the application of a method, action inside this tree trunk will be very difficult, but managing the population of this type of organism observed on the surface will be more easier. Right. Okay. Then we will move into the biology and ecology. Now, these are given in the module as well. I am only discussing in order to explain in a different way. Biology of the insect means it is the science that deals or studying insect individual development history. Individual development of insects include, it starts with the reproduction by mature insects, developing embryo, embryology. After embryo, it is developing into later parts of the life cycle. And the thing is, in their life, it is not that simple. Simply, young one is becoming an adult. So we need to understand. By looking at this, we can see how complex it is, how different to these two stages. So it is different. The stages are different. That means their behavior in different stages are different. Their interactions in different stages are different. So studying their interactions with the other components in the ecosystem is called as ecology. So the ecology means interactions of an organism with the other factors. Why should we bother about ecology? Because those interactions are indicating on the methods of their population management. Now, you can see a group of ants, just like playing volleyball or playing a game with a ball, rugger ball, something like that. But they are carrying an egg of an organism, looks like that, or maybe a seed. So anyway, why they do this? If it is their own egg or if it is an egg of another one, in that case, they are controlling other organism population. Maybe we should know about that. Sometimes ants are becoming pests. Some ants are becoming beneficial organisms, helping us to control some other organism. So in their biology, which aspect of biology would be creating them as pest? I mean, there are many aspects that create insects as pest, but some aspects are more important or more helping them to become a pest. And it is more helping to develop the pest problem. What type of processes? Maybe we can say their food intake. As they are consuming food, their food is our food also. So because of that, they become pest. That is true. But just because of consumption, we are not considering an insect as pest. Maybe we can just neglect their consumption. Let them. Maybe a person will think, let these tiny creatures consume a little bit of my plant. But sometimes we can't be like that. Why? Please be active. So I raise an essential question or point. So you can think about. So one reason to consider these organisms as pest because they consume or interfere with our crop. But one can say, don't worry, they consume a smaller quantity. Why should we bother about that? Right, okay. Another reason to consider them as pest or serious organisms damaging our crop, not only sucking, they consume our plants, that is true. They are sucking, they are chewing, they are biting, rasping, doing many things. But if they do it in a smaller quantity, no harm. Why they are not doing it, or reason for why their eating is considered as a severe problem, because they increase their number by their reproduction. They have enormous reproduction capacity. They are very efficient in reproduction. Most of the insects, they reproduce sexually. They have males and females. Some insects are having other methods of reproduction as well. Some unusual things happening in some insects' life cycle. Sexual reproduction means joining male and female gametes, but they have some other alternative methods also. Not all, but some insects, they are having other methods than sexual reproduction also. Parthenogenesis. You heard about parthenocarpic fruit production in plants. Similar meaning, not the same, but insects are capable for parthenogenesis. We'll talk about it later. Polyembryony, developing multiple embryos from single egg, developed into multiple embryos. Viviparity, the new offspring developed within the female body. Usual thing is female body of insect produce eggs. But if the new ones are hatching out and developing inside the female adult, that is viviparity. In some cases, they reproduce by juvenile or immature stages as well. That is called pedogenesis. Most of the insects, they reproduce by the usual method by joining male and female gametes. So the gametes are produced by a special kind of cell division or cellular reproduction. When you talk about insect reproduction, some interesting things can be mentioned. They have comparatively short life cycle. Most of the insects are going through a generation in a short period of time, like 1 to 6 weeks. They produce smaller eggs or smaller young ones, but large number of new ones are produced, eggs or whatever. Now, see this example, fruit flies. Actually, I am using this example in many occasions when I'm talking about the insect pest management. But here I need your ideas. I hope you will do that. So the fruit fly that is having around 2 weeks of life cycle, that means within 1 week, they lay their eggs. From the egg, new young one is coming out, and they are developing into adults within less than 2 week time period. So the new generation is developed after 2 weeks. One pair of fruit fly is producing 100 new young ones. That means female adult is laying around 100 eggs. And the 100 eggs, if all 100 eggs are hatching out, new 100 young ones are produced, males and females. If we consider 50-50 percentage of males and females are there, that means those 100 means 50 pairs. 50 pairs will produce another 100 each pair. How many of that? 50 into 100, 5,000. That 5,000 will be again reproducing. So likewise, within 1 year, they produce 26 generations from 1 year, from one male and one female. After 1 year, the number produced will be around 10 into the power 41. This make insect in huge number. If they are packed compactly, if they are packed into a bowl and packing is done with, in a book it says around 1,000 fruit flies can be packed in 1 cubic centimeter. So to pack this 10 into the power 41 number to a ball with a density of 1,000 individuals in 1 cubic centimeter, the ball produced by this number would be having a diameter longer than the diameter of the earth. Unbelievable, isn't it? This is only one insect. See the number produced by them. How many insects we are having? Millions. If all of them are producing like that, they are producing. Now, they could have damaged us more seriously. And if each and every insect is producing like this, they will cover the earth. We can't even see each other. No other animal will be moving because all of them will be covered by the insects produced in this much of number. See, one pair of fruit fly producing 10 into the 41. Then some insects are producing more than 100 eggs. they are also producing trillions of new young ones. We should have been covered by these insects on this earth, but we can't see them. Why is that? Our plants will be definitely destroyed by this huge number. Mosquitoes are producing 10 into the 41 or more than that. Cockroaches are producing. Lister beetle is producing. So, what you can say about this situation? Why can't see this much of fruit flies in our day-to-day life? But we know that fruit flies are available in Sri Lanka. They reproduce in higher number. Even though they are producing huge numbers, there are many factors reducing their population. There are natural factors that reduce this huge number into smaller number. It is smaller compared to the original number of 10 into the power 41. Even that smaller number surviving can do a severe damage, right? So this examples gives us the idea behind the ecological concepts. The insects, they produce in huge numbers, not only fruit fly, all the insects. But there are multiple factors that control their population. Therefore, we should not be afraid of insects' higher level of reproduction. We should understand their interactions with the ecosystems. So, their interactions related with their biology. So, little bit of their biology. They start their life with hatching. So, from the egg, new young one is hatching out. Coming out, hatching new young one is named as first instar of a nymph or larvae. We will see what are these nymph or larvae. We'll talk about it. And then the new young one, first instar of the nymph or larvae, they change their morphology, outer appearance. So a young one is coming out from the egg and it is growing outside the so the changes after hatching out is named, or that is morphogenesis, change of their morphology. When they hatching out from the egg, usually it is independent, surviving on its own, but it is small, no wings. Adults are having wings. the major role of the young ones are consuming food and growing. If it is surviving, why I am telling if surviving, because there are many factors that destroy their population. So to develop, to grow in higher weight and size, it has to do molting. Why? Because they have an exoskeleton. You can read the details on their exoskeleton in the module. So that exoskeleton is made of chitin, this outer layer, and that chitin is strong, rigid. It is not expand once it is oxidized. So in order to expand in the size, so develop into new strength, new sizes, it has to remove the exoskeleton. See, this one is shedding the exoskeleton. This one is coming out from the exoskeleton. That is known or named as molting. Molting means shedding their exoskeleton because they want to grow more. So the molting process means the process of shedding their outer skeleton, regulated by hormones. Each and every molt, that means each and every occasion of shedding their outer skeleton, so after molt, the previous stage has over. Now, see, this immature cockroach is going out from the older exoskeleton. This is molting. New exoskeleton is still very sensitive, thin. The chitin is not yet oxidized. Some more deposits are developed inner side. So, a new life is beginning after the emerging of first instar. Life is continued with molting developing into next one. So in between two molds, the stage is named as insta. So the number of instas will be around 3 to 15 normally, but it can be changed in response to the temperature, food availability, or other environmental factors, because the molting depends on those factors. And another thing is, molting means shedding exoskeleton. See the name, it is not just a case, it is the skeleton located outside. Only thing is, they are shedding the case. Means they are shedding the skeleton. Skeleton that is located outside. That is why we mention as exoskeleton. They need molting to develop, grow, and once they become adults, they are not growing further. So because of that, there will be no molting carried out by adults. Only young ones are growing, so they have to shed the exoskeleton. But adults are keeping their external skeleton, exoskeleton, until their death. So, see all these caterpillars, they are different color, different size, because they are shedding the older one, developing a new one. So the exoskeleton, which is the support for fixing, attaching muscles, having many functions. You please read about the functions of exoskeleton and the structure in the module given. I am highlighting that molting process because the molting is important for their development. That is true. Important for us also. For an example, if we can induce the artificial molting by providing the hormone that trigger the development of their body by triggering the shedding of exoskeleton. So if we can produce synthetically the hormone that induce the molting, that means their, their development is interfered by us, and irregular molting will cause the death of organism. So we will think now how they develop further by going through molting processes. Because not like with other animals, insects are having different stages of their life. The change or the changes during their life cycle, is this a drastic change, changing almost everything, outer appearance, internal organs, way of moving. So the development of different stages means they are going through different stages that are having different morphology, different food intake, different way of life, different habitats, different functions. So compared to other organisms, they have a wide variation among their different stages, types. So we have to understand how they develop, because as they are different in young one stage or adult stage, the same method of control will not be efficient or valid. I see the message regarding the poor signal and other issues. We'll see how you are. It is not demanding your presence. So try to be here as much as possible. Try to communicate with me regarding the situation in your place. And then we will see, as I mentioned at the beginning, yes, there are recordings of these topics we have done in many occasions. So that may be possible if you are interested. Okay, anyway, I'm talking about the changes. So your interest encourage me to talk with you as well. I hope you will take it positively and uh, participate actively also. Right. So their development through the changes of their life stages, way of life, food intake, habitat, behavior, everything is changed. Because of that, we name it as metamorphosis. Can you remember a name in your own language, whether in Sinhala or Tamil? Metamorphosis in so it while you are thinking about the names, I would like to say there are two types of metamorphosis: incomplete metamorphosis and complete metamorphosis. Incomplete means the changes are not prominent. Complete means drastic changes are possible. Incomplete metamorphosis. Insects are having gradual changes, and it is possible, it is available with less advanced orders, less evolved. So the orders at lower level of evolution like locust, bugs, they have incomplete metamorphosis. Their young one, larvae, is named as a nymph. Some insects like dragonfly, their nymph is living in aquatic ecosystem and it is named as naiad. With the incomplete metamorphosis insect, the young ones are similar to the adult, but they don't have the wings. Wings are developed at the last stage of nymph. Adult is emerging from the last molt. Happy to see that some of you know the name during their previous studies. You can remember Rupantarane. It is, yes, change of external appearance. Rupaya. Rupantarane means gradual change of their external characters, features, morphology. So, incomplete metamorphosis insects are having three life stages: egg, hatching out as nymph, becoming an adult. Nymphal stage, their body resembles adult. Same, similar, not the same. But Why not same? Because there are no wings with the nymphal stage. So adults are not increasing in their size, but they do reproduction. So they are all energies, food reserves, energy reserves are directed towards the reproduction. The wings will be available if they are fully grown adults. There are many examples of incomplete metamorphosis insects like these bugs. So they have similar to adult nymphal stages. Then Homoptera order bugs, aphids. So these nymphal stages are having all similar characteristics, but the different color, lack of wings, and their feeding habits are also similar to the adults. So these plant bugs, the nymphs, adults, both are feeding on the same food. So in contrast to the incomplete metamorphosis, the complete metamorphosis is having drastic changes. This is the type of metamorphosis with more majority of the insects. More than 80% of insect species, they have complete metamorphosis. Why we name them as complete metamorphosis or having with drastic changes. The emerging, hatching out young one is completely different from the adult. The major function of the young one are consuming food, eating, and growing. That is similar with the incomplete metamorphosis. But the structure and shape of young one is completely different. So the complete metamorphosis insects, they are having 4 life stages: egg, larvae, pupae. Transformation from larvae to adult makes a complete difference in the adult form. Number of legs different and the type of legs are different. Wings will be available with the adult. Antenna is developed. When they become adults, they are not increasing in their size, but they do reproduction as with the incomplete metamorphosis insects. Compared to the other 3 stages, adults are having short life cycle. So they go through a longer period to reach the adult stage. Examples of insects with complete metamorphosis known to you, because when we studied about insects in our school time or other previous courses, we mentioned the typical insect life cycle like this. So the complete metamorphosis life cycle is the typical insect life cycle. So the examples are given to us earlier. So please name a few. So just to listen to your voices, unmute microphone and give your ideas. What type of insects known to you having these four stages: egg, larvae, pupae, and adult? Yes, okay. You are mentioning about fruit fly, bees, moth, butterflies, but you could tell this instantly or quickly, then the time will be saved. But I'm happy with the responses in text, but it is better to have it quickly with your own voice, then it is more live because I can't refer to the text quickly. What to do? Support is not strong enough to make the session more live. So the examples like butterflies, moths, they are from the same order, Lepidoptera order. They have complete metamorphosis. Beetles are also having complete metamorphosis. You know, many beetles are having life cycle like this. Their stages are like this. There are many butterflies, moths, pest. Interesting life cycle. Only thing is the pupal stage, larval stage, morphology of beetles and moths and butterflies are different. So, but the young ones are completely different with the adults, right? Why I am highlighting this? The actions taken to control larval population, caterpillar population, may not be sufficient enough to control the adult population. They are feeding on different material or adults are not feeding at all. Living in different places, moving in different way. So targeting two different stages will be different. And the chemicals you apply, if you apply chemicals, may not be effective on different stages similarly, right? Other orders like Diptera, beetles are having different stages like this. Then if we go through the life of these stages, taking the first one, larval stage, they are having internal organs, digestive system to digest a certain type of food. May be different from the adults. Through the larval stages, they are developing wings, but inside only. At the last stage of larvae, they become pupal stage. So the pupal stage is immobile. During that stage, the older organs are decomposed because the older version of the digestive system not suitable for digesting new food. For an example, moths, butterflies, caterpillars are eating what? You know that. But the adults, what they consume may be different. Maybe plant nectar is the food of butterfly, but the young ones are eating leaves. Then in coconut black beetle, the larvae is consuming the decaying parts of the coconut plant on the ground, but the adults are feeding on the leaves of the crown, live fresh leaves on the crown. So the action you are taking to control adult black beetle may not be controlling, definitely not controlling the young one population. They are in two different places, having different habits, way of life is different. So the adults are the last stage of insect life cycle, and they are having sexual maturity at the adult stage. So only at the adult stage they reproduce. We know that. So that is why I'm going through these quickly. Some more details you can read in the module as well. Now, this is the completion of life cycle, but we will see some other specific actions of the insects during their life. One is diapause, inactive stage. When they face unfavorable conditions during their life, they become diapause or inactive stage. Sometimes they temporarily stop their functions. We call that stage as dormant stage. Now, these days, when the temperature is cooler, lower, you can see many insects are inactive during cold time period. During the hot climate also they are inactive. But this one, diapause, it is a compulsorily entering stage because of their regulation of activities by hormones. So this is a strategy of surviving adverse environmental conditions. This diapause is common with many species in the countries with the temperate climate because they have regularly facing they have to face the drastic changes of climate, weather, because of the climatic zone they are having in their countries. So they have genetically developed inactive stage. But in our countries, the insects are having dormant stages because now in the module there is detail of information about their responses to the temperature. Insects, like many other organisms, they have lower and upper critical temperatures. If the temperature of the environment is lower than the lower critical temperature, then their functions are stopped to prevent further damage to their body. That is temporarily dormant stage. When the temperature is higher than upper critical temperature, the same thing happens. That means they stop their functioning. So temporary suspension due to high temperature is there. When the activities are suspended due to low temperature, we call it as hibernation. When the temperature is suspended due to the higher temperature, we name it as estivation. Another important aspect of insect life is their feeding habits. There are insects who are having different types of food consumption. Some are phytophagous or herbivores. We will see what are the meanings of these. Some are sarcophagus, carnivores, saprophagous, and omnivorous. Herbivorous or herbivorous mean they are feeding on plant material, and they are the insects who become consumers of the plants and who become pests of agriculture. So herbivorous. Now these insects, now this one you know, who is this quickly? This one? Armyworm or Sena caterpillar or Sena dalabua. So the adults are different, but this one is feeding voraciously, reducing the crop plant tissue quantities. Severe damages are done. Then carnivorous. There are insects who are feeding on other insects. This beetle is catching an aphid. This is the larval stage of this beetle, also catching another insect. This is a bug attacking for consumption of caterpillars. This insect's praying mantis feeding on another insect. Then another type of insect, there are many such insects. This is a sarcophagus or insects who are feeding on decaying material. This is a dung beetle doing an important role in nature. That is also important. So these are of course not pests. They are neutral or sometimes beneficial. I have not mentioned here about omnivorous insects that are damaging, maybe consuming. Rarely they consume plant parts, but they consume all types of material, sometimes plant parts, sometimes leftover food, sometimes live part of the plants. We have an example, a frequently observed example of insect that is omnivorous. Can you name it? It is available at home also. Like mosquitoes, they are also available. Right, so you are maybe trying to send a message, but it takes time. Cockroach is an omnivorous insect. It is consuming the leftover foods, decaying material, sometimes even some unusual food like. So they can survive by eating wax, not natural wax, even the wax of the candles, I think you have seen. So they eat even if they don't have anything, maybe they can come at night and rasp our skin, damage our skin, eat the skin parts of human being. So that is done. And cockroaches are feeding on fecal materials of other animals, including human being. Right. Okay. So uh, read about insect, their interactions. So uh, they have many other characteristics that are important for management of their population. So uh, try to refer them, and the control methods of insects are related with their biology, their behavior, their interaction with the ecosystem. So I would like to go through the methods of controlling insects a little bit, but the overall methods of management of the all kinds of pests, or the methods that are possible to be used to control different types of pest groups, we will, or we can discuss maybe even the other day. But today, now after having another break of 15 minutes, not to have a longer lunch break, I will try to go through the either other group or the crop protection techniques as well. So please continue your participation after 15 minutes. We will try to have some further information. So I saw a request to, I if I understand it correctly, due to the heavy rains and thundering, lightning, listening is dangerous and difficult. So we will try to wind up quickly. So after 15 minutes, please rejoin. I request to be connected, otherwise rejoining will be also difficult. continue now. We have to further discuss about other groups of pests as well. That means about the weeds, about the plant pathogens or diseases, how the diseases are developed, and then uh, application of pest management methods are done for all kinds of pests, not only for insects. That is true. But as we have discussed about the insects today, and as we have a kind of maybe more fresh memories on insects, I thought of discussing with you maybe the methods or the principles relevant to the insects. But please consider that the methods we are discussing now, the main aspect, strategies or principles we are discussing, they are relevant to other groups of pests also, right? So do not forget that, because when we discuss the details on the diseases and the weeds next day, then maybe we are not going to repeat what we discussed today. But we have to keep in our mind that the methods, strategies, principles we consider today are equally valid for other groups of pests as well. Maybe I'll try to remind you next day, but it may not be the same details, so otherwise you will also feel monotonous and boring when we mention everything again and again. And another thing, if there is a necessity of referring some material before next week session, I will send the message through your representative, or else maybe it will be available, make available on the LMS. And I was invited by your representative to a WhatsApp group. and there also maybe we can put maybe a short message, but the detailed thing, if anything, about some learning material, some details on the activities, it will be make available on the LMS, right? Okay. The pest management methods. We are learning about the pest, their biology, in order to manage their population. So it is done to achieve the normal yield or expected outcome of the production. When we consider about the methods of pest management, we can say there are two groups of methods or major aspects of pest management. They are preventive methods and therapeutic methods. So if we go to the details, we'll talk about IPM in detail little bit later today or the next day. Then when we think about the preventive methods, the meaning of preventive methods is that keeping the population of the pest lower than the economic injury level or the general equilibrium position of the population has to be kept in a way that they means the pests are not causing any damage to our crop, no injuries to the crop. So the general position of the population, the equilibrium position has to be reduced. So regarding the population levels and the equilibrium position, the graphs are available in the module material. Please try to see them. That reduction of the position of equilibrium, it has to be done with a clear understanding or idea of the pest life cycle, behavior, and their ecology. So that is why we were talking little bit about or the major aspects of insect biology and ecology. To study ecology, actually, we have to be more practical, observe the insects in their ecosystems, and study their morphology also. We will try to do it with the support of some practical types of assignments. We will do it later. Preventive. Now, I mentioned about the concept behind preventive methods, but the meaning of the prevention, we all know. Preventing means blocking something before it damage us, before it affect us. Here, before a pest is having some effect on the crop, we will try to prevent that effect. Those are the preventive methods. So to prevent the attacks, that means before a pest problem occurred, we can use some methods to prevent. Use of natural enemies, use of resistant types, resistant varieties, cultural practices, and quarantine methods. So about quarantine, there is a separate section in the module. Maybe some of you are working in the quarantine sector. Sometimes we had representatives from the National Plant Quarantine Service. I don't know whether this year in your batch there are any students working in National Plant Quarantine Service. So, in our health sector, with the human diseases also, there is a common saying that prevention is better than therapy or cure of the diseases. Same with the pest problems in agriculture. It is better to prevent the pest problems rather than controlling it or trying to manage it, because when a pest is already appearing, starting the damage, that means already there is a loss. So, preventive methods are given priority in pest management programs. If we could not prevent the pest problems, then we have to go for therapeutic methods. When we say therapeutic methods, it is an application of some management aspects to reduce the already developed build up pest population techniques. Techniques are used. So, therapeutic methods, they are the methods that are applied to reduce the pest population developed because we could not prevent them. Now we have to make sure that population is below the economic injury level. Now here we are dealing with already available pest. In a certain population, they are available. But previously we mentioned that we are trying to prevent. So here maybe when we are trying to prevent, that means the population is negligible or we can't detect much pest, but we are trying to prevent the entry of the pest or start of the damage of the pest. But now, because of the availability of a damage like this, we are trying to have therapeutic methods. Therapeutic methods like microbial agents, that means microorganisms. Then augmentation means the increase of the effect of natural enemies. Use of pest insect growth regulators. Use of pesticides. It is also essential sometimes. So, these methods can be applied when the pest problem is already there and we are facing the damage of the pest in our cropping system. There is another concept in pest management, that is natural control. Natural control methods are also possible to be included in pest management programs. What do you mean by natural control? Now, if we go through what is appearing on the screen, as this statement says, maintenance of pest population numbers within certain upper and lower limits by combination of action of a combination of natural abiotic and biotic factors. Maybe we are considering the characteristics of the particular pest species. Because of their characteristics, sometimes we can use those characteristics to keep them under control. Now, if I use some different words to explain the same thing, we know that in the morning we mentioned we were comparing natural ecosystem and agroecosystem. And as a reason for not availability of pest in natural ecosystem, I think one of you also suggested that the primary consumers or the pest species, when they are in natural ecosystem, their populations are naturally controlled by natural factors. So, when you say natural control of pest, what we mean is that in the agroecosystem also, we can try to have the effect of natural factors applied in agroecosystem. So maybe natural factors are natural enemies, secondary consumers of the primary consumer. Maybe the temperature or humidity or sunlight, airflow through canopy, ventilation. So those natural factors are very effective in controlling pest in cropping systems also. Then there are physical methods. Using some physical effect on the pest, we can alter their population, alter their damage, reduce their damage. So what we do is changing, altering their physical environment. What do you mean by physical environment? It is temperature. That is why we mentioned application of hot or heat treatment. And then it can be done by applying dry heat, maybe exposing the pest or the plant with the pest to sunlight. So we have to expose not only the pest, because pest is on the plant, in the plant, with the plant. So maybe we treat the plant or plant part with some physical treatments like hot air, vapor, hot water. But the application of these, whatever the physical method, should be done carefully, avoiding any possible damage to the plant or plant parts by the physical factor we are applying. Some examples: cold treatments or cold storage of products. Then, as I mentioned earlier, manipulation of moisture, light traps, because insects, most of the insects, they have some, not a practice, they have response to light. Some are attracted to the light, some are going away from the light. We call some are repelled by the light, some are attracted by the light. So the movements of pest towards certain factor or source of some signal, we name it as taxis. insect taxis. So because of the movement or taxis of insect towards the light, not all, but there are some, we can use light traps. So see this, a screen with some sticky material on the screen, and there is a light hanging around here. So those lights are attracting the insects and they are pasted, glued here. Then there can be use of sound and maybe some other types of waves to repel insects or attract insects. When you use these physical methods, you have to be careful about the possible negative effect by those factors to the host plant, our crop, or maybe to the beneficial organisms as well. For an example, if the light trap or other trap is attracting the beneficial organisms and destroying, we have to do that carefully or give some solution to that because they are beneficial. Like physical methods, there are some similar but not the same mechanical methods of pest management as well. Here we use some devices, machines used for suppression of insect pest. And this can be done to suppress other groups of pests as well. So it is a primitive thing to mention, but hand picking, use of screen and barriers excluding the insect pest by hand picking. I think you all, either you have done by your own or you observe the use of insect-proof net as a barrier. So screening is also mechanical method. So one can say it is a physical barrier. Maybe we have to agree with that. So there is no hard and fast rule to include some action into a group. Main thing is we should know the effect of that action, where it is possible to be applied, what are the side effects or negative effects to the crop or other beneficial organisms. Then certain traps, mechanical traps are there. Use of certain machines like suction devices. Other operations like mechanical operations involved with pruning, crushing of the pest. It is irritable to say crushing, but that method is applied even in large scale. There are machines of crushing Now, weeds are crushed sometimes. With the weeds, some other organisms are crushed. What to do? So, removal of certain branches, unwanted branches, like that. Right. Then there is another major group of methods that can be applied to manage the pest. And I would like to say cultural methods are one of the major methods, one of the major groups of methods of pest management. I would like to say we have to give priority to cultural methods rather than going for other methods in a plantation cropping system also. When you say cultural methods, simply what are the cultural practices or cultural methods? Those are the actions, activities, strategies taken for crop production, maybe starting from crop establishment until harvesting. There are many actions, activities carried out by the growers, crop maintenance practices, application of fertilizer practices, they are important under cultural. So, do we need to spend additional money, resources to conduct cultural methods of pest management? So, the normal practices, they are actually normal cultural practices. They should be given priority. Why? Preference. Why? Because farmers are automatically, they are usually applying practically cultural methods in their field. Therefore, these practices are, we can say, most economical. No additional cost is bared because the cultural practices are anyway applied by the farmers. So, no additional cost is there. And there is no residual effect like pesticides. And the hazards to the other components other than the pest is minimized. So if we manipulate the crop maintenance, or better to say cultural practices, to reduce or avoid pest damage to the crop, is known as cultural practices. Now, by the cultural practices, you can actually read many more information about the cultural practices and all other methods in the module. I am trying to explain. By using cultural practices, what we are achieving is mainly interfering the life cycle of the pest. So how it happens, or how we can give examples of doing that. This is the life cycle illustrated here, life cycle of a pest, illustrated graphically, not a photograph. Can somebody help me to identify this organism? Yes, it is a fly, but maybe the picture is telling us more details. What kind of a fly is that? Is it housefly? Ah, yes, fruit fly. Yes, we can see a fruit with the pest drone. So now I mentioned that the cultural practices are aimed at interfering the life cycle, completion of life cycles of the pest. What can be done to interfere with the life cycle of this pest, fruit fly? What type of cultural practices? Or maybe you can even mention other methods now, but I am maybe preferring cultural practices. Actually, yes, this is an insect with complete metamorphosis. So there is a bit of incorrect spelling in your word. Metabolism is something different. We were talking about metamorphosis, change of the morphology, meta, different types of morphology, metamorphosis. Right, okay. How to, so you are suggesting covering the fruits by using polythene to control fruit fly. Now, how do you think the covering of the fruit, is it a cultural method? Or maybe we mention about the group of methods under which covering or bagging is mentioned. It can be mentioned the covering as having a physical or mechanical barrier, isn't it? It is not a usual crop maintenance practice, but now the covering of the fruits in mango cultivation, for an example, is a usual practice. Or one can say now it is normalized as a usual practice, but it is more relevant to the physical or mechanical methods. So now, anyway, you are suggesting the methods like digging the soil means, I think, the tillage practices, some of you have mentioned. Then pruning the crop canopy. By pruning, what we expect, the ventilation of the crop canopy by removing unwanted, non-bearing branches. The improvement of ventilation makes the difficulties for fruit fly to adults to come and lay the eggs. On the other hand, it exposes the fruit flies for the natural enemies, predators of fruit fly. So they lay their eggs in the fruit. Hatching out larvae is feeding on the fruit. When the larvae is getting into the fruit, afterward, the larvae is damaging inside the fruit. They are feeding. When the larvae are feeding in the fruits are prematurely fallen on the ground. Then the larvae is going out. into the soil and they get into the pupation. So the pupal stage is spent in the soil and the new adult fly is coming. So how now the suggested methods? Why we suggest tillage practice? Because now we have already prepared the land for establishment of the fruit crop. But tillage in between in between fruit plants, a slight land we called tillage or now the first action, the ploughing. If the crop is there, maybe interrow spacing can be ploughed to expose this insect for the sunlight and other factors. Even in many areas, when you move it in some fruit growing areas, when the fruit fly is damaging, they use sometimes we call not actually fogging, so burning the partially dried plant residues, especially the leaves, then in addition to normal. Now, once the crop is established, we usually do some soil practices in order to apply fertilizer, to prepare the fertilizer circle. But when the fruit flies are available, it is necessary to have a kind of slight land loosening practice in order to destroy these larvae or pupal stages on the soil, because when the adult is once going away from the soil and reach the roots, they are starting laying the eggs. Now, in the growing areas, they have, as a good practice, once in 2 weeks time usually, or if possible they do it once a week, loosening the topsoil. Loosening the topsoil is done by these farmers as a good practice. Because even right, okay. So application of some now, what are the cultural practices? If we repeat them, remind again, tillering, as you mentioned, then having a good practice of maintaining crop sanitation, collection and burying of the fruits infested with the fruit fly larvae, then pruning unwanted plants, unwanted branches of the crop canopy, and before any insect is reaching the fruit, just after developing fruits, better to start bagging or making barriers to prevent the egg laying by the fruit fly or uh, damage by thrips, aphids, mealybugs on the fruit. If we mention some more on cultural methods of pest management, what we do in cultural control is habitat management, and it is done. Now, in the previous slide, we had this life cycle, illustrated life cycle of the fruit fly. So, we are managing the aerial habitat, above soil habitat of the fruit fly. And I forgot to ask from you, the it is a good practice if you loosen the soil at least once in 2 weeks in fruit orchards or where the fruit fly damage is possible. Why at least twice a week? How that time period or interval of the frequency of loosening is mentioned? Why once in 2 weeks time? So today we mentioned the answer earlier. Why once in 2 weeks at least? Better if you can do once a week. It is not land preparation, plowing, some heavy land preparation practices. But the topmost 2-3 centimeter layer, if we disturb the soil by using a time tiller or some kind of that type of an instrument, because can you remember today morning we mentioned that fruit fly complete the life cycle usually within 1 week or 2 weeks time. So that means uh, when they complete the life cycle, maybe at least once in 2 weeks time, a new batch of larvae can be available in the soil. On the other hand, they are going out from the soil according to that. Now, of course, there is no particular date of the week that the adults are emerging or fruits are fallen. But to interfere with the life cycle regularly, better to have a date selected within 1 week period. That is the best way, or at least in within twice uh, once in 2 weeks time. So another aspect you have mentioning now, when we disturb the soil, loosening it, or what we do, we either we just by our action we are destroying larvae and pupae, or else the eggs are actually uh, in the fruit. So by doing soil uh, activity, soil movements, the eggs are not exposed to uh, dry, because the eggs, these insects are careful. Uh, they are laying eggs on the fruits. So young ones are easily receiving the required food because they are born on food. The young ones of fruit fly larvae, born on the fruit. That is their food. Then some methods of cultural pest management. What we do, we are changing the habitat so that where the pests are living, we are changing the habitat. When we do weeding and loosening the soil, the grubs that are using weed plants as alternate host, they are destroyed. Exposure to the natural enemies, and automatically weeds and the insect pest both are reduced in this type of operation. What we do, we are considering the ecology of this insect, their interactions, where they live, with the support of what kind of plants they are surviving. So those are ecological or environmental control of the pest. Now, when the clean environment like this is available with the crop, so there are no alternate host for the pest, and the detection of possible contact by pest can be easily observed. But just one thing we have to mention. So maintaining 100% disease free will be a high cost operation, high cost concept. Having a ground cover with a beneficial cover crop will be also a good cultural practice. Now, to control weeds in this type of a situation, or in a plantation, in a rubber plantation or tea plantations, maybe we have planters in the group. So we can use the cultural method, cultural practice of having a cover crop. Cover crops are grown, so I'm not going to explain about cover crops. Maybe in the subjects of agronomy, you have learned about the cover crops and the benefits, advantages of having a cover crop. So because of that, I am not trying to elaborate cover crops again. So I am not here to explain about cultural practices or crop maintenance, crop cultural practices. I am talking about how crop maintenance or cultural practices are used for certain pest management. General objective of cultural practices is to make the crop environment less favorable for the pest and more favorable for its natural enemies like this. When you reduce the density of the canopy, it improves the ventilation. The pest like aphids that prefer humid conditions, they are moving away from the crop. So we can at the same time introduce the sun-loving, ventilation-loving natural enemies into the crop. We all know that a good practice during crop establishment is selecting resistant varieties. So, about the resistant varieties, there are more details in the module. So, selection of a resistant variety is a good cultural practice. Before the establishment of your crop, you better observe better select a resistant variety, type, hybrid of a crop. And then non-host plant is a plant that is not affected by particular pest because it is not a preferable plant for the pest. And then there are different levels of resistance. Again, about that, there are details in the module. So the immune varieties means the varieties that are not infected by a pest or not infested. Infection and infestation is a different, they are two different things. So we can use when there is a reaction by the host plant lower than immunity. Immunity means 100% pest free. It is a disease free or insect pest free, nematode free. We can. So always resistant variety is perfectly enough for our cultivation. But the thing is, there is a theoretical possibility of developing resistance against the resistant variety also. Another important category of the pest management method is the it is use of natural enemies or biological methods of what do you mean by biological method of pest management? A natural enemy, secondary consumer of the primary consumer can be introduced. Now, an example is given here. Ladybird beetle, adult, larvae, both are doing the beneficial, they are playing the beneficial role of a predator, natural enemy of these aphids. There are different types of natural enemies, several categories. Parasites, organisms that are usually smaller than the host. And one individual does not kill the host. So that means on insects, some organisms are living on insects, considering insect as a host. So only one parasite may not destroy or kill the insect host. Predator is a different. So the parasite is living inside the host or living underneath of the So when you say predator, it is a organism available as free living organism. To complete its development, it consumes more than one individual prey. Now see this predator on the left side and both sides. They are feeding on multiple organisms, multiple individuals of the same species, but some of them are attacking not only so we have pictures of this, we'll show it again. So we have seen the praying mantids earlier as well. Then this is a lacewing larval stage of ladybird beetle, praying mantids, another bird, ladybird beetle. Dragonfly has got a locust, another example of or is this one also trying to catch these aphids on the leaf. And there is another good example of natural enemy. Actually, this also predator, the pottery insect. Maybe you know this, of course, maybe all of you. So I'm just mentioning what it is. Actually, we have underutilized these predators. See this one, bringing clay balls, constructing a chamber for their young one. Once they construct this chamber like this, keeping this hole open, and they stop constructing temporarily, and they bring caterpillars, larval stages of other insects, and they fill it compactly. After that, they are laying one egg into this chamber. So see that in order to facilitate growth of one pottery insect nymph, it brings lot of caterpillars packing inside, laying an egg and closing this chamber with some more clay. And it is a very serious, tedious operation carried out by this one pottery beetle, and their role is very important without any hazard to the crop or health of people. This one is actually in sometimes in one chamber, huge number, sometimes more than 30-40 caterpillars are brought into this chamber. Right, then okay, so next day you will not break the chambers of pottery insect on your walls. It may be, it looks like maybe ugly or not beautiful, but let them be in our premises because they destroy pests in our cropping system. So not only on the walls at home, they built their chambers in nature on the plants, on many places. So check if they are available, try to encourage them. Parasitoids. Parasitoid means it is a natural enemy similar to the size of the host and killing that host. So one host is enough to complete their life cycle. But superparasitism, as mentioned here, when one host species is attacked by more than one individual of the parasite species. So you read this, I think my role better to limit it to showing you some examples because these are given in your module book as well. So these are parasites, super parasites. Sometimes this happens due to the polyembryony of the parasite as well. They lay only one egg like this, and from the single egg, more than one embryo is developed. Multiple parasitism means one host is attacked by more than one, two or more parasitoid individuals. Hyperparasitism means this is actually sometimes reducing the efficiency of parasitoids. One parasitoid attack another parasitoid. So it means one is destroyed by another one. So it is lowering efficiency of biocontrol sometimes. Then another important aspect as actually major techniques of biological control. So we know the natural enemies, parasites, predators, but how to use them? There are three techniques: conservation, introduction, and augmentation. What is that? Or what are those? Conservation means we are trying to maintain our cropping system in a way that no hazard is caused to the natural enemies in our cropping system. So maybe we will try to minimize the damages by chemicals. We will try to reduce the chemical application. If we apply chemicals, we can try to avoid the active stages of beneficial organisms, pollinators, and predators. And we can select the application methods that are targeting only the pest. So spraying the canopy will be destroying many natural enemies, beneficial organisms like that. So this is now for an example, if the pest is active during the period of maybe certain period of the day, and if we know the active period of parasites, predators, we can select the time of the active time of the pest, not the predators. So not only the insect pest, we mentioned in the morning regarding the sparrows, birds, if you can enhance the birds nesting by different methods. So I am not going to talk about how to do that. You can find many methods, providing additional nesting boxes, uh, then maintaining a natural reserve of plants to enhance the bird nesting like that. Next one, introduction. The natural enemies, if they are not available in our cropping system, then we can introduced there. Now, to introduce what we can do, usually the natural enemies are available in their available in the native place of the pest. A good example of introduction of a natural enemy was in Sri Lanka. Maybe if you are from the coconut industry, in 1970s, long ago, a pest has been introduced, Promicotheca cumingi or leaf miner, coconut leaf miner. Then, to control that pest, a natural enemy of that Promicotheca cumingi found in their native places in Latin America, the Dimokia javanica is the natural enemy. It was brought into Sri Lanka. That means introduced to Sri Lanka as a natural enemy. Then that type of introduction is not easy, and it is maybe necessary to increase their number. And the recent examples, I think for the control of coconut mite, red mite, we are introducing predatory mite on coconut plants nowadays. If you want to get the details of that information, you can get it from the coconut development officers. Sometimes there are coconut development officers studying in our degree program. Maybe among your group, there are coconut development officers. So they know better than me about the introduction of natural enemies for coconut pest. Then, to introduce natural enemies, sometimes we need to increase the number of natural enemies. How to do that? Now, this one, a beetle, namely, its name is scientific name Neochetina bruchi. It is damaging this invasive wheat plant, Iconia crassipes, water hyacinth, or in single is Japanjabara. So when this one is feeding on the leaf petiole, the plants are sinked into water. So to use this one, initially, even we have done some experiments at our faculty in our university. I have done some experiments with some of my students. How to rear this one in artificial ponds. Maybe actually we have used initially the plastic basins with Iconia crassipes, and when so we initially introduced, when you do augmentation, you need to know many information, lot of information. What is the best ratio of male and female? So in this one, it was around 6 or 7 males. So one male to 6 or 7 females, because one male is capable of mating with more than one female. So the optimum ratio of, we call sex ratio, should be studied. So we studied that. After that, using that ratio, we reared them in Iconia crassipes plants and introduced into water bodies, including in some national parks. This natural enemy is introduced. So then some other examples. Now this is a parasitoid we call Encasia. this one is laying eggs on the eggs of whitefly, and the whitefly egg is not hatching out. The egg, or sometimes they lay eggs on the nymphal stages of whitefly. Whitefly nymph become mummified in black color. So these black color nymphs are dead because of the development of young ones of this parasite. Then another way of controlling pest, use of microbial pest control. What is that? We know, like us, insects are also having diseases. They are infected by their pathogens. So this is a fungal pathogen, one example. Bavaria bassiana is a fungus infecting insects. So they are not infecting all the insects. So they have some selective infection. Sucking pest sometimes, bugs, and what we do, we can grow this fungus on artificial medium, and there are biopreparations made using the fungal spore suspension and applied on the pest, or as a preventive method, spore suspension can be applied on the crop plant canopy. So when the pest is coming, it is infected and dying. As a preventive method, it has to be repeated occasionally to have fungal spores on the plant. These fungi, they are facultatively saprophytes surviving on the plants. On plant, now we know that on the plants there are some tiny organic particles. So on those particles, the fungus is surviving, but not a longer period because they are not sufficient enough for a longer period. So because of that, the application of these microbial preparations has to be repeated. And when the insect is coming, so we can prevent their increase in the number, preventive method. Not only as a preventive method, as a control method also, this is possible. Then some other examples, Metarhizium anisopliae is another fungus. Verticillium lecani is another fungus attacking insects. See, these insects are helpless. They are already dead because of the growth of this fungi. So, those are some methods of pest management, specifically targeting insects, but those concepts, for an example, this microbial control. Now, we'll talk about diseases next day, but I think you heard about a fungus called Trichoderma fungus. Trichoderma is a fungus that is parasitizing on plant pathogenic fungi. So, we can use that fungus Trichoderma to control fungal diseases. But today we have not discussed about plant pathogens or fungi. So because of that, I am not talking about details. Then just one more thing about the biorationals. Now, there is section on biorationals in our module. First of all, what is a biorational? It is a naturally available organism or product of a naturally available organism or a synthetically derived, synthetically produced compound having similar action as the naturally available compound. For an example, have you heard about methyl eugenol? What is that? So you were silent for a longer duration. Actually, you were silent from the morning. Only a few of you could speak. Others are silent. Actually, I am discouraged by your silence. So you could have encouraged me by your support. That is encouraging me to speak in different methods, right? So still, I don't know, you are not blind, but not deaf. So the other effect is there. So the methyl eugenol is used in pheromone traps. True. But what is methyl eugenol? So yes, we usually name it as pheromone, but actually it is not the real pheromone. It is a synthetically produced chemical analog having similar actions as the pheromone. So that is a biorational. The trichodoma fungus, which I have mentioned a little while ago, other fungi, they are also biorationals. So maybe you heard about some other biorational, you read about some other biorationals. They are very important in pest management. Another example is the botanical extracts like azadirachtin. From which plant azadirachtin is extracted? From the neem plant, cohoba plant, right? So those biorationals are in the categories. So their actions are based on the insect metamorphosis. So in the morning we mentioned they have exoskeleton made of cuticle. There are cuticle or chitin synthesis inhibitors. Sometimes the hormones are applied, so hormone functions are changed. So those things are interfering with insect life cycle, damaging their population. If we apply the hormone that induce molting, premature molting is happening, so the insect is not developing because the molting is irregular. We mentioned about pheromones just now. Allelochemicals, a chemical produced by one organism but toxic to some other. Sometimes plants are exudating allelochemicals to be toxic to the other plants. It can be used to control weeds. Okay, so you are a bit silent, not bit, always silent. So I was continuously delivering information, I think it will make you fed up. So I am repeating the answer I gave to one of you. What I am doing, or what I have done, was explaining the module in a different way, or maybe explaining in simple words, because not to say that module is written in different English or difficult English. No, the module is with a lot of information. I am using simplified version of the module. Then I am repeating the answer to that question. Module and the presentation, they are same, no difference. So no need to worry whether to read module or use presentation as the information source. Both are same. You have to use both. I don't know whether it is different in other modules. We were planning external directive program from the very beginning. It is like that. Right, okay. I don't know. Maybe you feel that I am speaking loudly because it is raining heavily with a lot of sound. But not because of that, I have reached the target information. So if you have any questions, you can ask. We will continue our topics next Saturday about other groups of pests and other methods of pest management, other strategies. If you have any question, any clarification needed, if I remember some additional things, additional instructions to tell you before you are coming for next session, I will let you know through the possible communication ways, and I'll try to remind it through your representative. Is Pramod here today?
Yes, sir.
Pramod, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, good to hear your voice at least at the end of the day. Right, okay. Thank you for your attention given. If you don't have any questions, any clarifications needed, I'll wind up. So if anything, I would like to highlight as a preparation for the next day, I will send the information. If details are there, I'll put it on LMS, but I will make a note or reminder to promote or in your WhatsApp group. Right, okay. All the best, and again, thank you. I hope you have received some information or clear information, or you got some help to refer to the module through this contact session. I wanted to have little bit different strategy by having your support as responses, answers, verbal answers. There were some text messages, but maybe I couldn't see all. Right. Okay. I saw an instant appearance. So, Pramod, you wanted to say something?
No, sir, no.
Okay. Right. Okay, then. All the best. Take care. From still there is a weather, poor weather condition everywhere, including in my place, at the faculty as well. Okay, then. Hope to meet you again in the next session next Saturday. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir.
It was a pleasure with you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.